Well, welcome everyone to an Aeroflow race for real. We have the Ford vs Holden. Absolutely sensational. Hey Stu, you're down on the ground down there, buddy. How is it? No, can't hear you, mate. Yeah, Stu, I think you might have a bit of a technical one, that one, mate. Couldn't hear you. Yeah, we will go back to Stu very, very shortly. I think he's going to come up and do a bit of a mic change. But we also do have the Bushman up here. He will be on the mic very shortly, just getting all his stuff sorted and ready.
I'm here now.
Hey. Hey, mate, how you going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, mate, walking through the pits and through the staging lanes out there, absolutely sensational.
Yes, and a good mix of cars too. Oh. There's some very quick looking GDRs out there as well, of course, yep. Getting ready for this weekend. There's plenty of Euro type cars, and of course some traditional Aussie muscle. Of course, tonight is a Ford versus Holden night, and we are trying something a little bit different as well, Mark. After the reaction time prizes are given out, we're going to go to eliminations.
Yeah.
So something a little bit different.
Sensational.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
So I'm not sure if that's going to have a dial-ins and bits and pieces. I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but I just haven't been briefed. I got a bit of a briefing as I walked past, but that was, we'll see how we go.
Yeah.
As I said, we're going to be a little bit fluid here, of course. The first time that we've done this with the Aeroflow race for real, and hopefully all the competitors out in the staging lanes really enjoy the concept. And
well, it's a really good taste of competition racing in it.
Yeah, got you there, Stu. It sure is, Mark. It puts the full concept of dial your own racing and sportsman racing onto the racetrack. It does add a little bit of pressure, but it also adds a little bit more fun to it as well.
It is, yeah. I love dial your own racing. It is heaps of fun. You got to know your car.
Yes.
And you got to be pretty sharp on the lights, but which most of these guys are, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, of course, the reaction times that we see here every week, the winner's usually a low O light.
Yes.
But the question is, can they do that when the pressure's on, so to speak? Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense. But yeah, certainly. I mean, by then the reaction time prize money would have been awarded, because we're not doing eliminations till after then.
Yep.
But you know, it's certainly a good concept. So hopefully we can give everybody a taste of real racing, and we'll have a winner at the end of the night.
Yeah. And you never know, a couple more people might just step up and start into
into our street fighter categories, or street bike if you're on a motorcycle. And yeah, hopefully we can bolster that field as well, because we saw on the weekend, of course, last weekend was the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs. There was a young guy racing in Super Street in an Audi, A3 Audi. So something a little bit different. Now, I can't say I've ever called a Euro car in competition, but he went a few rounds. Of course, the weekend was a double header, so had two chances at the prize, I guess. Went a couple of rounds in each, I think, and yeah, did pretty well.
Excellent.
So certainly, I mean, that was certainly a road car. It wasn't something that had a cage in it, or parachute and all that sort of thing. But yeah, Braden did really well. Which of course is what tonight's all about: having a bit of fun and hopefully getting people involved in the sport proper, I guess you could say.
Yeah, indeed.
Not quite sure what's going on down there on the start line at the moment, Mark.
I think
it must have been like the first or second car to leave the start line, I think.
Oh, here we go. Yep, the Yeah, the diff may have parted company.
It's a Falcon too. Normally they're pretty good in the
rear ends.
The rear end in the
Nah,
Falcon.
They got a terrible rear end in them.
Well, if we were keeping score, I think we would have seen a lot more of the General Motors product be pushed away for said issue, Mark.
Oh, come on, mate. The old Salisbury diff was the best thing going. Yeah. Yeah. Nah.
But I always thought the Ford product had a pretty good diff from
They
standard.
did. They have a good diff in them, but they do have problems with it.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, everything has problems with it if you push it hard enough.
Well, that is a little bit unfortunate there for the Falcon Ute, but I can tell you what, boys, we've got a massive mix of Holden Fords here this evening for our Holden versus Ford theme night. So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook and you're here in Sydney and thinking, man, should I come? That's a big yes, you should be here. Good to hear you up there, Mark and Steve, because it's like having blue and red up in the commentary box.
Oh. I don't think I'm as fierce in Ford as Mark is with Holden, though. So does that matter?
No, it'd be good. There'll be some fantastic banter tonight. Just below you guys in the tunnel, Alicia Teal is here tonight in her HQ. And of course, we all know how quick Alicia is on the tree. But I'll tell you what, mate, there's a lot of fantastic looking cars sitting out the back. Street cars, bit of street machines, some steel bumpers. It's all here tonight.
And to all of our viewers on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, welcome. Hope you enjoy tonight's racing. Look forward to getting some banter from our viewers there, as we always do. I'm sure the regulars, if they're not already chatting away, they will be very shortly.
Okay, another little problem.
What is it with the Falcons tonight, boys?
Stewie, you got 10 minutes? I can tell you all about it.
Well, look, he's done the right thing. He thought something wasn't right. He's pulled straight over towards the wall. So, well done to that racer.
Yeah, excellent. Good job. And that's all we ask of the other racers too, that if you do think you've got a problem, once you get the vehicle slowed down to a safe speed, move over to the side of the track, stop. One of our officials will be there. We'll check it out. If you can keep, they'll let you know if it's worthwhile driving on, or else we'll get it moved out.
Yes, 100%. Just minimises the cleanup, minimises any potential downtime.
Yep. And minimise any damage in the car itself. So
and is that another Falcon?
Yes. Yes. Two of them.
What's the gentleman in the fire-up box thinking now? He's in a very nice looking XR8 down there. Is he going to go 3 for 3? I wonder. And those of you who are wondering, I am a Ford guy. So just before the hate starts on the chat, I am a Ford guy. Yeah.
Hey, just for the record, you two, yes, I did wash my car today, so I don't know if that brought bad luck to the Ford drivers or not. But
you continue to take this gamble and leave yourself open for criticism.
I already copped it on Facebook from Ben earlier today. So he asked Kyle to put a dig a grave down in Siberia for me, but thankfully it won't happen tonight.
Wow.
This is like Bathurst here in Western Sydney. It'll be fantastic. We've got Brian coming out now, one of our Super Street competitors, in his Commodore. Been running really, really well in this car. Super consistent and very tough in competition.
Doesn't mind a pretty good burnout, does Brian either, Stu? As case in point.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't hold back at all.
No, he's not too worried about tyre life here.
Or the diff.
That's me touching wood.
Yeah.
For those of you who can hear a knocking sound. No, Brian's a cool guy. Leaves the start line with an 0.36 light.
Wow.
Nice reaction time. He was racing here this week, the weekend just gone in Super Street. He and Sammy Joe.
Well, 12.2, 111 miles an hour. 12.13.3, 107 miles an hour. Well, Alicia Teal out in the QE. She has been racing this car for a long time. It's slowly progressed up and getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Alicia takes part in a lot of the drag week type race events where you drive between racetracks and then go out and thrash the living daylights out of the car and then pack it all up and then drive to the next and so on and so forth. Do that for a week. And 0.78 light on the tree for Alicia there. 11.15 with a 3, 121 miles an hour.
And 12.5, 116 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, nice pass for the Ute in the Rocket Lane there.
Yep.
Steve Zammit in the Aeroflow lane. I thought I'd leave you with that one.
Yeah. I don't think it's theirs anyway, because they're T numbers.
I'm going to work on that. Aristotelis, I think. Logiakis, I think is the name of the racer in the Rocket Lane. Runs on through for 13.08. Dan.
What do we got down here in the Rocket Lane? Is it an XE?
I think you're right. It's Andrew Hawkins. No, that can't be right. No, it does not. I think it's picking up old T numbers.
No, yeah.
That's exactly what the computer is doing. Normally we don't get any information on the T numbers. 0.75 on the tree for the racer in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, Falcon's chasing him down pretty hard, but won't get there.
11.98 with a 2, 114 mile an hour in the Aeroflow.
And 11.8, 109 for the Rocket Lane.
Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. What's that, a VN?
Yeah.
VN, VP?
Yeah, I can't see the side of it. Usually you pick them by the little repeater blinker in the front guard is the VP.
Okay.
But yeah, very, very tidy car too.
Yeah, it looks in fantastic condition. And he's taking on the Turbo Falcon in the Rocket lane. You can hear the blow-off valve tutuing away there on the gear change.
I'll tell you what, not too bad. 15.1 to a 15.1.
Yeah, good speed too. I thought the 104 mile an hour, I thought the ET might have been a little bit quicker than that, but nevertheless.
We've got the Mustang over in the Rocket lane and Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
Looks like the Mustang's going to take this one out, Mark. Stretching the legs at the finish line, 13.23 with a 6 at 111 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 15.0, 91 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Did you manage to catch any of the live streams or 7+ coverage of the weekend?
I didn't know. I was actually had the family over, so absolutely flat out all weekend.
Okay, fair enough.
Usually a young bloke sitting there watching it.
Yes.
And, yeah, he was a bit tied up with the football.
Fair. No, you missed a really good weekend, Mark. There was plenty of tough racing through all of our categories that we had on board. The Nitro cars, they put on a fantastic spectacle.
Yep.
The Matt Hall Red Bull aeroplane put a fantastic show on both days. What Matt was able to do in that aeroplane. Yeah, I said, a friend of mine was in the audience and he said, just jokingly, oh, they've got you flying the plane at lunchtime today. And I said, if I was flying, there wouldn't be smoke coming out of it. It'd be a combination of number 2s and vomit. So parts of that show that Matt put on, 12 Gs.
Wow.
Yep. That's pretty phenomenal, and that's without a no G suit on.
Yeah.
It's just him in the plane.
How does he stay awake?
I don't know. Lots of training. That's how he does it.
Yes. Yeah.
300 horsepower, and it weighed 500 kilos.
Oh, jeez.
Which I think that's so light for an aircraft.
Yeah.
Like, I would have thought they would have been a lot heavier than that. But yeah, there was one point where he basically was sitting still, I assume full noise, the right way up. It's not like he wasn't sitting vertical doing a stall. He was just sitting there, hovering like a helicopter. This is in a prop plane, mind you, and it wasn't going anywhere. How it didn't fall out of the sky,
unbelievable.
But you could see all the controls. He was moving everything with his feet and the steering and the flaps and bits and pieces. But yeah, phenomenal. That's the bit that blew me away. Oh, looks like we've got another broken one in the rocket lane.
Hey boys, I'm just down here in the staging lanes, and look, I know it's a Ford versus Holden theme night.
Yes.
And I get it, you know, you could have a Ford Focus, you could have a Mustang, you know, could have a Holden Barina of all things. But I'll be happy to say that there's a Toyota 1970 Corolla turn up down in Scrutineering. There's also one of the quickest Pulsar GTIs in the country here, just from ProTune. So, not ProTune, I've forgotten the name of it now, but this is what happens when I've been out of the game for a while. But no, little black GTI that runs nitrous. So PowerTune, that's what it was. I knew it had tune in it. PowerTune, of course, it's here tonight. So there is a little bit of import stuff here for people that don't have a Holden or Ford. Of course, you can race tonight. It's not just Holden and Fords. But I did see a rotary out the back, Mark, which made me very, very happy.
Excellent.
We've also got a very nice looking R32 down here, 32 Hulk. It looks pretty serious, boys, as well. It's got a big set of radials on the rear end of it. So, of course, the GDR Festival, not too far away here at Sydney Dragway either, which is brought to you by Motive Video. And some of the cars that I've seen on Facebook, boys, that are coming out for that event, or even just an import fan, want to miss that event, it's going to be huge. I swear it's bigger every year, and what better way to come out here than see some of the baddest GTRs in the country go head-to-head down the quarter mile. But of course, I did mention, I've just been talking to our number one fan, Ross, and of course the Kalidi boys are here tonight as well. Robert Spagnol is here tonight with his panel van up the back there. And of course, Reese Forrester, mate, what brings you out here tonight?
I just run the shitbox.
Mate, you don't do a lot of drag racing, so it's actually good to see you get off the burnout pad and give it a shot.
I didn't bring the VK, I brought the V8 tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Now, mate, I did touch on last week, I was here, that the night that you guys put on a couple of weeks ago in relation to raising money for the family. Mate, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I know a lot of other people I was talking to. Can you fill us in roughly? Do you have much of an idea how much you raised?
Yeah. So we raised, I believe, $9,500 for the Stark family. Obviously, it all went to them. It was everything, absolutely everything. So it was a great night, even for the turnout, for the rain. It was great.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And look, that's huge congratulations to Kalidi Motorsport, which is a lot of you guys, clothing company, and of course all the businesses that actually got behind the event. You know, without them, you wouldn't have anything, would you?
Yeah, definitely, man. It was a massive turnout, and couldn't ask for anything else. It was good.
Well, Reece, I know you're gearing up for Brashenats coming up. Give us sweet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every single one of us. I think we may have a few that aren't going to make it, but everyone's going to make sure they turn up, and they're going to be putting on a good show. So we'll see how we go, eh?
Of course, Brashenouts coming up very, very soon as well. Australia's best burnout party right here at Sydney Dragway. It's back up to you boys in the box.
Thanks there, Stu. And, mate, just for your information too, you're breaking up a little bit wherever you were.
All right, the EL Falcon in the rocket lane gets the leave on the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. I have a feeling, though, the Falcon's time in front of this race is going to be short-lived.
Yeah.
And by about 1,000 foot, I think the Commodore's driven on around. And 12:41 with a 120 mile an hour. Good speed for the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, it sure was. And that car was just eating up turf there, getting towards that Falcon. So what does that make it now? 3-0, isn't it?
Are we keeping score?
Yeah, oh my oath, we're keeping score.
But where's your pen?
Oh, mate, it's mental.
So it'll be biased.
It's
it'll be biased as then.
It's in the vault.
It'll be one eye. You'll only see what happens in your lane. Is that right?
Probably, yeah, because that seems to be the best lane so far.
Right. I see how it is. I thought you were different, Mark.
Oh, you were so wrong.
It turns out that's the case. Not the first time today. I should know better. All right. Have a go at the set of the wheels under this Falcon at the rear.
Yep.
Pretty decent set of tyres. Nice strong burnout from both competitors.
Commodore straight in the stage, Falcon right next to him. Well, Commodore's just absolutely fried the tyres.
Big step out at about 200 feet as well. And the Falcon runs through for 12.93 with an 115 mile an hour till 14.36 at 107.
Well, Falcon sounded nice and sweet in the burnout. Just gone a little bit deep in the stage.
He's just trying to cut a light. That's all he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Go. And the Commodore away very nicely. 162 to the 60.
Commodore quick dab the brakes. 11.5, 86 miles an hour to a 12.3, 85 miles an hour. Have a look at this HQ two-door down here.
It is beautiful. Looks absolutely gorgeous under the lights here at Sydney Dragway.
It does indeed. It's actually retaining the Statesman front on it too. Usually they're ditched out for a later HJ or HX run on them.
I didn't see that. Is that with the twin headlights or the two?
Yeah, twin headlights with the
little split in the grille. Yeah. Yep. And we got the BA Falcon in the rocket lane. Oh, nice lead for the Monaro. 157 to the 60. I have a feeling the Monaro's been here before.
Yeah.
10.92 with the 5. 123 miles an hour through the finish line.
And 15.6, 91 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Next up, the SS in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on the Falcon sedan in the rocket lane. Falcon's out in front at the moment. Got a much better light on the Christmas tree. Still in front at 1,000 milli. Yes, he does. Has the time to flash the hazards across the finish line. I think it might have been a different story if he didn't get away from the start line so good. Just quietly.
Oh, now we're talking, boys. We've got a Falcon waiting to come around the corner, going to scrutineering. And it's got an Empire Mechanicals Racing on the side of it. Now, when these boys turn up, I know for a fact these boys mean business. Mate, your car's from Empire. Mate, I know what you're here for. Not just to enjoy yourself, but you're here to whoop the Holdens, aren't you?
That's correct, yes.
Tell me a little bit about your car, mate.
Just got to finish the build. See how it goes.
Well, mate, we can't wait to see it down track. It's great to see Empire represented here tonight for our Ford versus Holden theme night. And it's set radials on it too, so he means business.
Yeah, that's good, Stu. Those guys from Empire, they definitely know how to put together their Falcons.
I think the beauty is too, there's so many known tuning hacks with them now too, you know, and you can unleash so much horsepower for seemingly little amount of money in comparison to other vehicles around. All right, the Commodore away with a better reaction time on that run, but a better 60 foot for the Rocket Lane there, Mark, but I don't think he's going to catch him.
No, definitely got the better of him.
It would have been a pretty good race, actually, looking at the ETs, but nevertheless, there wasn't too much. They stayed pretty much the same gap nearly all the way down, I'd say.
We've got the VS Ute sitting down the burnout.
I don't think that's NA.
No.
Just quietly.
No.
Something spooling up that I could hear.
From memory too, it's a little bit of a sleeper, this thing.
Well, at the moment he's going to run a solo. That's because he's running a solo because he's the last in the Ford versus Holden group. Because we have, I think this is the little Audi I was talking about.
Wait.
Yes, it's the Audi in the Rocket Lane rolling up to the start line that was racing here this weekend. Or the weekend just gone, sorry. Taking on the R32 Skyline.
Well, he must have really enjoyed his weekend. Back out here again.
Well, he could have just stayed here nearly.
Yeah,
it's only been 3 days. Although not only was he racing, he was also towing around a modified dragster as well. So he was doing triple duties. Ooh, a lot of smoke off the start line for the Skyline.
Yeah, it's just turning tyres and getting really out of shape. 11.8, 113 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. And 13.8, 110 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit left in the Skyline.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he gets it off the line a little bit cleaner. We'll see some good times out of it.
What do we got there? A Subaru in the Rocket Lane. And of course our two competitors rolling up to the start line, bringing on those white lights one at a time. Tells the starter that the race is ready to go. Once you bring that second white light on and your competitor has done the same, the starter will flick the switch and the tree will count down. We're looking for as close to a 0:00 reaction time as possible. And of course we will be giving that away a little bit later on tonight. I dare say looking at the staging lanes we would have enough, but we need to confirm that obviously.
Yep, definitely. And Group A.
Yeah.
Down in the Aeroflow lane. Up against the Chrysler.
Yeah,
Valiant.
very nice looking cars on both sides of the racetrack here, Mark. Dragway Commodore will be getting pretty rare on the roads these days.
Yeah.
Because they were their SV5000, weren't they? I think, from memory.
Yeah, they're around the same era.
166 light for the Commodore to a 325 for the Valiant. But the Valiant will stretch the legs at the top end. 1040, 139 miles an hour. Wow, to a 1222 with an 8 at 118 for the Group A in the Aeroflow lane there. That was a little bit unexpected.
It was. Like they're a big, heavy car.
Yes. All right, here's Hulk 32 Hulk, sorry, in the burnout box. And all the carbon guards and everything on it. Sounds pretty serious. And very decent set of tyres on all four corners. No doubt coming out here and prepping for this weekend, of course.
Yep.
GDR Festival here this weekend, both Friday and Saturday here at Sydney Dragway. Let's see what the Skyline can do at the top end. I'm guessing that we might not see a full power pass here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll be doing a little bit of test and tuning. 12.4, 110 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
That's not too shabby, is it, really?
No.
12.4, 110 miles an hour. It's near enough to nearly 180 k's an hour,
Yep.
nudging 180.
Yeah, not a bad time at all.
What do you reckon they've done to that Commodore to do that? The cam?
Yeah, just a couple of the little things, the valve springs, usually cam. Don't have to do a real lot to them.
The Turbo Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Doing a nice strong burnout there, leaving the start line to chase down the rocket lane.
Well, no dramas in chasing this one down. I don't think he'll get there, though.
Nope. 1098 with a 7, 132 miles an hour for the Falcon.
Tell you what, he was pulling him
Yes.
in really quick, just run out of real estate.
There was a pretty big speed differential there between those two cars.
Yep.
Next up, the Falcon Ute versus the BMW. BMW over there in the rocket lane. The Falcon manually shifted, so it's probably going to hurt performance a little bit. The BMW 1132 with an 8, 122 miles an hour.
And 14.7. Sorry, I just had to, I couldn't see.
Okay. I was wondering if something medical was going on over next to me there.
Yeah, I usually have them every now and then, just, yeah. Yeah. Toyota down in the rocket lane.
They're pretty impressive little unit, these Yaris's, for a little 3-cylinder, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
13.1, 145 mile an hour at 13.14 at 108 mile an hour.
And 15.4 for the Aeroflow lane. The F Commodore against the Valiant. Actually got a couple of Valiants out here tonight,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yep. They were pretty big on the vinyl top too, the Valiant. We seem to think we see a lot more of the Valiant of that era with the vinyl roof over other makes. 11.11 with a 9, 130 mile an hour for the Commodore.
I walked past this VS Ute who's just coming into scrutineering. It is just absolutely mint, this thing.
Yeah, wow. Accelerating pretty hard as that Commodore in the Aeroflow lane there.
Well, the Ute went out at a 1.6.
Actually, that was quicker than the Commodore that was in the Aeroflow lane. It was just that the Commodore was making a lot more sound. Easily distracted. Shiny things.
So if you're sitting at home in the comfort of your lounge chair, no matter where you are from around Australia, make sure you jump onto YouTube and let us know, who do you reckon is going to be our overall fastest car tonight? Will it be a Holden? Will it be a Ford? Or will the imports come in and shake it up? Of course, we've got some quick Euros here tonight as well. Got a beautiful looking BMW that is waiting patiently. Right now we've got Reese Forrester down here in the VE Commodore from Kalidi Motorsports, doing a bit of drag racing tonight. Not bad reaction time from him either, for someone that doesn't do a lot of drag racing, mainly does burnouts.
13.5 for the Aeroflow lane and 12.7 for the Rocket lane. Well, I think I can hear that rotary that Stu was talking about.
Yes. Yes, you can. The little Honda away first in the Aeroflow lane there. But will be eaten up by the racer in the Rocket lane. 12.29 with a 0, 120 mile an hour to a 14.31 with a 3, 99 miles an hour for the Honda. Little Toyota Corolla in the Aeroflow lane.
Up against the Commodore Ute down on the Rocket lane.
And the Corolla rolls into stage there, ready to go. Tree counts down and an 0.80 light for the Commodore Ute in the Rocket lane. Not a bad reaction time.
Not a bad 60 foot either, 1.87.
Yeah, it's pretty good for effectively a street car, of course. 12.58 with a 4, 113 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 14.7, 96 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Next up, the little XR5 Focus is in the Aeroflow lane.
Up against the EL Falcon. Stu be down there in his glory.
I wonder if it's on E85.
Oh.
I know Hulk, 32 Hulk's on E85. I could smell it when I was in the staging lanes.
Sorry, boys, so I just had to clear my ear hole out of that beautiful sound of a rotary.
See the flashing shift light between the Venetian blinds in the back window, giving the Falcon a bit of a run for its money. The Falcon gets there first, though, 13.28 with a 5, 97 miles an hour through the finish line to a 13.23, I think it was, for the Mazda in the Aeroflow lane there. All right, Joe Sorbello in the Aeroflow lane. In the Nissan Silvia taking on a VL with the parachute. Oh, a little bit of spark out that. Did you see that as well, or was it just me?
No, I missed a spark.
It was just before it spun the wheels. I don't know if it was out the pipe or if it was something a little bit more mechanical.
Well, Joe's gone through 9.1 at 164, so the miles an hour is way up there, but the
well, guys,
ET's
this
down.
could potentially be our quickest car of the night down on track now. The Power Tune Nissan Pulsar GTIR. This thing is mental with a capital M. I've seen it over at Rail Racing. Steve, you've seen this car racing here at Sydney Dragway for a long, long time. Last time he was out here, it was all over the shop. Hopefully they've tamed it down a little bit to get it down. But I'll tell you what, boys, running nitrous, nice big turbo. Here we go.
Maybe Ben could switch to the trackside camera and we could watch the torque steer as he gets to half track. Here he goes, over towards the centre line. Still sticking with the centre line moves over at the finish line. 10.74 with a 4, 150 mile an hour.
Huge miles an hour. Definitely fighting that thing all the way down the track.
I am surprised at how much all of our all-wheel drive cars tend to move around.
Yes.
With the torque steer.
You would think they'd be a lot more stable than what they are being.
Well, your mind tells you that they would be, but I'm hearing other things from drivers and from what I've seen that sometimes having I think the risk, I think, for the all-wheel drive racing driver is that you think there's a false sense of security there. I think in a way, you know, but I guess it's all about trying to drive to your capabilities and where you're comfortable at as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, jeez. Like a little bit squiggly. Did stage up on the very edge of the track as well. And need to get those bikes over a little bit more to the middle.
Yeah, we saw a couple of bikes try that last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
And it didn't end particularly well.
That's what was happening with them last week. They were just catching the edge of the track and, yeah, it was just a little bit slippery.
All right, both races just been giving a brief word by our starter. Quite sure if we've got a first timer. If it is your first time here at Sydney Dragway, don't be scared to ask questions or talk to your competitors if you're not sure about something. And we are able to give some advice up at the start line, but ideally it would be best if you have done that before heading out there.
Yeah.
10.73 with an 8 in the rocket lane there.
And if you are like first time and a little bit wary, you don't have to go full noise.
Nope, definitely not.
Yeah. Launch it out, see how it feels. If it feels comfortable, keep peeling it on. If you're not, just cruise on down. Yep.
That's a good point there, Ben. Of course, you can leave the start line like you're driving off away from a set of lights. I know some of us do that more aggressive than others, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that would be more than okay here. 11.74 with a 2, 130 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. So don't forget, to all of our competitors, we'll be going to eliminations on the Pro Tree. I've been told by Darian that we will be looking to implement dial-ins at a later date. So that will certainly be interesting to see how our competitors go with that. But for tonight, we'll be going to eliminations after the reaction time money is handed out. So when we go to Pro Tree, it'll be heads up Pro Tree eliminations.
Ooh, rocket lane. Has it taken another victim?
Now I think this ute in the Aeroflow lane was racing. He was the first. He or she was the first competitor out tonight, and there was a car that broke in the lane against that car, and now there is another one.
Wow. Okay.
Our altitude is 10 meters above sea level mark. Am I reading that right, Ben? Okay, so the humidity's up there at 60, but the relative altitude is 10 meters above sea level. Is that? Wow.
Okay.
We saw. Was it Saturday? Saturday morning. Was it minus? Yes, that's right. Saturday morning, it was bitter. Saturday morning was
Yes.
bitter. There's no other way to describe it. And I was hopeful, obviously, that the weather would improve, but it didn't. It didn't. The sun was shining, but it was cold. It was snow. It must have been snowing somewhere south of us because that's what the wind felt like. But the air conditions, even though the wind was blowing up the track, the air conditions at the altitude was awesome. We were negative 120 something meters at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's not normal. You know, normally you see those sorts of conditions as you get into the evening. So, you know, that did throw a curveball to some of our competitors with their dial-ins. But, you know, most were able to overcome or make the required adjustment.
Oh, hang on. That was another falcon.
Yes, I know.
Oh, 4.
See, if I don't bite, you don't get the reaction out of it, so it's not worth it.
Come on, don't take the fun of it for me.
All right, our next two competitors in the Ford versus Holden challenge here tonight. Roll up to the start line.
Both competitors just went a little bit too deep.
And the red light in the Aeroflow lane. Driver too eager to leave the start line. If you don't lose, just in case you're wondering, if you do get a red light, there is still a good chance that you will get a time recorded. Now, obviously there's a limitation to how early you leave the start line. If the tree hasn't been activated, then you're not going to get a reaction time. If you leave somewhere between the second and third amber, you will still get a run recorded. If you leave much earlier than that, then there's probably a chance that the timers wouldn't have actually been activated.
You got way too excited.
Yes. So don't panic. You should still get a time card. 12.80 with a 6, 113 mile an hour in the rocket lane to a 12.95 with a 6 at 110 in the Aeroflow lane to take that.
Good bit of side-by-side racing.
Was a good run, actually.
Well, Mark and Steve, I've just been for a wander through the staging, like right down towards the very back, and just caught up with Daniel Misfot, who's brought his Commodore unit tonight. He's doing a little bit of practice on the tree. He thought, you know what, I need to race, so what better night to come out. But we've still got a huge amount of cars that are making their way through the scrutineering, got a few bikes. Mark, you'll be happy to know that there is a little LC, I think it is, or LJ Tirana. Beautiful looking silver one that's just come out. Tirana SL, it's got on the side of it. It is gorgeous. And 747 SLR is waiting to go through scrutineering as well. Beautiful looking SLR 5000. Absolutely stunning, mate. And, you know, it's a credit to each and every racer that has come out tonight. This is what Race Real is about. Big lot of cars, great amount of people. Don't forget, guys, you are sitting up in the crowd. Don't forget you can log on to YouTube. Put it on YouTube in the mix if you've got a play, we take it out. Just, and if you want to tastefully give a Ford or a Holden a bit of you know what, definitely put it up. Just make sure it's nice and clean because the boys will be checking. But I'll tell you what, boys, one thing, Steve, it's actually grabbed my attention tonight in particular. We haven't had a lot of the cars from Empire Mechanical here for a little while here at the track. And it's good to see a lot of their customers here tonight. But the other car group or car business I have not seen for a very long time, and Mark, I spoke to you about this the other week, Russo Performance. There's a couple of Commodores here with the Russo sticker on them. So it's fantastic to see them represented here tonight at Aeroflow Race Real for our theme Holden.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the workshops getting behind tonight as well. Of course, I guess geeing their customers up and say, well, there's a number of us going. Let's go out and give it a crack.
And it's good for the garage too. It's a good bit of advertising.
Oh, definitely. It's double it. Everybody wins because the customer also ends up with someone from the garage or someone that they might know, a friend from the garage there to lend a hand if needed as well.
Yep.
You know, some people might not be confident enough to come out on their own for fear of needing to change something, and then, you know, if the workshop that's doing all your work is someone from that workshop's there, then you've got that person in your corner, haven't you?
Yeah, you have. Yep.
Alicia Teal, 083 on the tree in her HQ. Leading very nicely down the quarter mile here, 11.35 with a 1. Dropped nearly 2/10 off the pace from the previous pass though.
And 13.4, 113 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Looks like a VH Commodore over in the rocket lane. A little bit of old style rake on the way it's set up.
That shift light blazing away in the window. The Commodore's going to take it all the way, Mark. 10.53 with a 0, 131 mile an hour through the finish line.
Wow. 11.9, 119 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Well, big. It's a good looking car. With the N on the back window.
Yes, of course, we are talking about the Barra-powered F100 on the start line.
Yep.
I think the first time I saw this, it went on a casual drive down the racetrack and it was like a 10 something.
Yes.
A decent set of tyres under it. Of course, probably the big enemy here are two things: the weight and the aerodynamics, or lack thereof.
Yeah, yes, because it's got the aerodynamics of a brick. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like our start line crew just out there with the mops at the moment. I don't know if it's from the F100 or if it was from the car before.
Looks like they're running him back into his track, so I dare say it's probably from the previous car. No.
Well, that's unfortunate. The old Ford badge can't take a trick tonight, Mark.
No, track's not being too kind to him, that's for sure. But it looks like it's nothing too major, so hopefully you can get it back to the pits and get it sorted out, because it's a great car to watch.
It is. It does everything right. It's the first time I've seen, for as fast as it is, I've not seen it be pushed away previously. So. Sub 2 second run to the 60 foot for the Commodore. Leaves nicely. And through the finish line, 13.0 with a 3 at 108 mile an hour.
We've got a nice one of the American Falcons just down below us.
Ah, is that the Falcon Sprint, is it?
Yep.
The white one?
Yeah, white one, yeah. Great looking car.
Yes, as you mentioned this one in competition, there was one, I think, up from Victoria from memory, a little sky blue one. You should have seen the wheel stand it did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was spectacular, that. And who was the other? There was two other competitors that did massive wheel stands that stood out to me. One was the Perfection Automotive VH out of Canberra in Top Sportsman. Shannon and I got to preview the front of the bonnet from up here. We could see it was nearly dragging the bumper on the ground. That's how high up it went, and it landed, and he still went on through for a very respectable pass, not too much slower than what he would normally do.
Yep.
The other one was Leo Georges in his Ford Escort, also in Top Sportsman. He just picked the front wheels, and it didn't go up as high because he has wheelie bars on the back, but it just carried it like really nicely.
Yep.
Just going back to the Perfection Automotive, I think from memory it touched down at about 200 feet, and I can tell you how we know that is because it was 747-like and left two black marks where the tyres come down, because obviously they weren't spinning. Yeah, it was spectacular, and landed right in front of where the photographers were standing. So hopefully someone's got a good couple of photos of the undercarriage of that car for Pete Hamilton.
Well, just while we're doing this quick clean-up, boys, I'm going to have a chat to some of the younger generation. Hello there, what's your name?
Georgia.
Tell me, Georgia, you a Holden girl or a Ford girl?
Ford.
You're a Ford girl. Have you got a favourite Ford so far tonight?
Yeah.
You like them all?
Yeah.
Top stuff. It's good to see you here for Aeroflow Race for Real. It's our Ford versus Holden theme night. Good on you, Georgia. Fantastic. Now, this guy here, he looks like a Holden man. Are you a Holden fan?
Yes.
What's your favourite Holden, buddy?
Don't really have one.
You like them all?
Sorry?
You like them all?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, that's the way. Of course, guys, if you're watching via YouTube and Facebook from all around the world, this is like classic Aussie racing. Ford versus Holden, blue versus red, Dick Johnson versus Peter Brock or Larry Perkins. And I've got to say, Mark, I made a comment down the start line just then. It's like the start of the supercar season, isn't it, with all the Mustangs? Back to you guys.
Thanks there, Stu.
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek from Mr. White down there on the start line, I think. A very nice blue XE, I think we decided it was. 11.77 with a 110 mile an hour through the finish line. I think we're going to run one lane for a little while, Mark. I reckon that the F100 must have dropped a little bit of radiator fluid on the start line, hence why we've got the burner out there.
That horrible glycol stuff.
Yes. Any of those who have spilt it on the garage floor know how bad it is to clean up.
Did you say so?
I heard a noise, but I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah.
I didn't actually hear what he said.
It's okay. You don't need to.
Oh, okay. I'm on a need-to-know basis. I
Yeah,
think.
that's it. Yeah.
I feel I'm a little bit outnumbered, so I'll just sit quietly.
No.
Although Ben had a Ford, so I can't be too...
Well, great pass for the American Falcon. Yeah, he was indeed.
Strong burnout from our racer on the start line. Leaves 0.35 on the tree, so the reaction time competition already heating up. We're only near an hour into tonight's proceedings. 11.53 with a 118 mile an hour through the finish line.
Wow, that's a good pass. But look at those staging lanes.
Absolutely chockers. It's fantastic to see to all of our competitors that have made the effort to come out tonight. Really, really good job, well done.
Well, boys, just down here in the staging lanes, and I know I do bag the Fords out a little bit, but to be fair, I'm a Mazda man, but I grew up as a Holden boy. David Martisevic is just waiting patiently in the lane to go scrutineering in Cortina. So just everybody that's racing tonight, this is the guy you want to benchmark your action time golf, okay? Because he is one of the best in the business in drag racing in Australia. So it's great to have Dave here tonight in his Cortina. Still plenty of cars, still waiting to go through scrutineering, boys. It is absolutely mental out here. Also, just quickly, DJ Krause, if you are watching the live stream, thank you for the very kind words that you sent me the other day as well, mate. As for what you said and what Benji said about digging a hole in Siberia, I don't think that's going to happen tonight, mate. We've got a huge crowd here. The racing gods have gone, we'll give Sydney Dragway a night of some killer racing.
It certainly looks that way, Stu. And I wouldn't let them do that to you, mate. Was it just me, or was that red Commodore that just ran? That was definitely turboed. The run before this one, the early model VN, I think it was, or VP Commodore. I'll point it out when it comes back.
Yeah, I know the car, but I didn't actually hear it on the mic.
I swear I heard a wastegate or blow off out there on the track mics. I don't know if any of our.
Yep.
I don't know if any of our viewers on the live stream will back me up or whether I'm hearing things. All right, Brian Addising leaves the start line now in his black Commodore. 081 on the tree for him. As good as that is, I think that's outside the top three.
It is, yeah. But that's totally unofficial at the moment because we're just going by memory. And I know mine ain't that great.
No. What was your name again? Oh, Cool. Pair of red lights on the tree. 008 red in the rocket lane to an 061.
That's definitely trying.
Yeah, both races went after it there. 163 to the 60 for the rocket lane and runs on through for 12.29 with a 9 at 114.
And 14.9 at 89 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Hey boys, I just had a quick chat with Halil Mustafa, who's got the green HSV GDSR, and I said to him, I thought the car, the car was doing well last week, and he said, nah, not really. They changed the converter in the car, and he was saying, Mark, that he's lost 10 miles per hour out of the car. So I guess they're just still trying to figure that out. We'll see how they go this week. Oh.
That's a big difference.
It is 10 miles an hour, yeah. Maybe it's a little bit too loose.
But that would affect it'd have to affect the ET as well. You couldn't just lose 10 mile an hour and do the same ET.
Depends what you're walking up. Even though it is a really strong car top end.
And it looks like our rocket lane, Aeroflow lane racer will come on around at the top end. 10.62 with a 5, 130 mile an hour.
And 12.9 at... No.
113.
113, was it?
Yep.
Yeah, our board's a little bit sketchy on the miles an hour.
.064 on the tree for our racer in the rocket lane. Gets there first, 10 and 8.9 with a 0, 124 mile an hour.
And
13.3 at 109 in the Aeroflow lane.
That's what I said, but I just didn't turn it on.
We all do it at least once. So the Falcon moving over into the Aeroflow lane this time around.
This Falcon down here, boys, looks like it's got a nice set of slicks on it. I really like the look of this car, Steve. It is beautiful from down here.
Yeah, it's an interesting colour too, the gold. It's got a carby out the bonnet from memory, I think. Just waiting patiently in full stage. Just bring the RPM up a little bit. Leaves nicely, 158 to the 60. Dab of the brakes at probably 1,000 foot there, I'd say, Mark. 11.36 with a 3, only 89 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I think there's a little bit left in that, just quietly.
Yeah, indeed. And 12.5 for the rocket lane. Yeah, I think he's pretty well safe. You don't need to be touching those brakes. Run it out the door.
300 reaction time neat for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Will the Commodore run it down at the finish line? I think it will. Oh, only just 2/10 across the finish line. Nearly 3.
Yep.
All right, guys, we've got one of the Kalidi Motorsport cars down here. We've got Bella, the VF Commodore SS.
009 on the tree for our Aeroflow lane racer. It's probably the best I've seen tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Steve. It's definitely the best I've seen. Well, 12.9 to a 15.2. Another nice Falcon down in the Aeroflow lane.
It was the XRXT, I think. So they got the round tail lights.
Yep.
067 on the tree. Over towards the centre line for our Aeroflow lane racer. And a 10.06, 133 miles an hour. Nice pass.
Yeah, great pass. And 12.3 for the rocket lane. Yeah, virtually left the line like a Cortina. They got that little bit of a habit of shooting across towards the centre line.
Of course, the worst thing about that is there's little or no track prep over there, so you don't want to be over there.
No, not at all. That's why you see a lot of guys that if their car's got a tendency for that, they'll offset it on the line.
Yeah, you aim it towards the opposite direction. And then us up here will go, it's not straight, it's not straight. It'll pull straight into to where they want it. 12.80 with a 6, 110 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
And 12.9 at 111 miles an hour.
All right, pair of General Motors products on the start line right now. Is this our little turbo one in the Aeroflow lane? I think it is. A little bit of a wiggle at the top of first gear and out of the throttle onto the brake at around about half track and still rolls through for 12.35. 11.98 with a 4 at 1:15 in the rocket lane.
Well, that was a lot cleaner pass than the previous.
VK's going to round it up at the finish line.
Just missed out. Well, Commodore Ute in the Aeroflow lane, the Corolla in the rocket lane.
That looks super clean. Little Corolla. Is that the one? I wonder if that's the one Stewie was talking about before.
Yeah, I'd say so.
The K55, I think. Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment with a 1.42 reaction time and a 14.82 with a 4.94 mile an hour.
And 16.0, 82 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
All right. Braden in the Aeroflow lane in his Audi A3 on the start line, taking on the R32 Skyline in the rocket lane. 0.86 on the tree for the Audi. And 11.89 with a 9 at 113 mile an hour.
And 14.0, 110 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Not a big speed for the Audi though.
No.
It's obviously making its ET out of the start line, the acceleration side of things rather than bulk horsepower.
Valiant, got a big set of tyres up under the guards.
Well, this one went ailing. We went 1040 last time, I think.
Got pig number plates.
PIG.
BIG, yeah.
Oh, they're multiplying, Stu. Look. RX4 burning out in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, you can't have all Holden Ford tonight. You got to have a little bit of import flavour as well. There's a big part of the car scene. And let's be honest, mate, you got to have the Raiders take on the V8s. You know, you got to show them up somehow, don't they, Mark?
Yes.
I love your answer. Yes.
He's taking my lead there. If he doesn't bite, then there's no argument.
Well, you know, Mark says, well, you or Mark say it in a very diplomatic way. So, you know, very professional way. More professional than the way I'd say it, but anyway. But no, it's a great vibe out there, boys. It is absolutely crazy out there. The amount of cars that were still going into scrutineering, and as is mentioned, some of them, some cars we know very, very well from here at Sydney Dragway. So look out for them to come out a little bit later. But look, it's great to see a huge amount of Holden Fords tonight. Big congratulations to everybody who's turned up tonight to support the theme night. Also to everybody that's up in the crowd, guys. Hope you guys are having a fantastic night, enjoying all the sights and sounds of Aeroflow Race for Real. What a night to be here at Sydney Dragway.
See that smoke just lingering here in the air at Sydney Dragway. That's sounding very serious there for Hulk 32 on the start line. Look at the smoke billowing out from the rear wheels on this machine. We saw him leave the start line and basically idle on down on his last pass. Stu, let's see what the driver can do.
Well, he does have a big set of radials on that car. It's, to be honest, Steve, it's actually a car I've not seen before. So I missed his first run, so I'm interested to see how he goes on this one. There are a few cars that spinning the tyres off the start line. I think a few of the drivers, particularly in that first 60 foot of the racetrack, just got to modulate their pedals a little bit more. But as we say, mate, that's race for real, isn't it? It's about tuning to the track. Out with a 1.82 this time and off it at about 1,000 foot.
It didn't sound like it was. It didn't sound like it was spinning the wheels, but it didn't sound like it was hooking up either. So I don't know if there's an issue there with the clutch or the converter. But just rolls on through. Is Matt Duff out the back there tonight, Stu?
I haven't seen the Duff man as yet. I haven't actually been for a wander through the bikes since they've all turned up, so I'm not really quite sure, but there's some pretty serious bikes down there.
Well, I had Monday off after the weekend, of course.
Yes.
And had a dentist appointment, and the dentist receptionist who's worked for this dentist for near 30 years, and I've been going to this dentist for pretty much that period of time. I don't normally see her because she doesn't work Saturdays, and I normally go on a Saturday. It's Matt Duff's mum.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I said...
That's a spin out.
She said, oh, what are you doing here today? I said, oh, I worked all weekend at Sydney Dragway at the Nitro Champs. She's like, oh, my son drag races. She mentioned the name, and of course, yeah, I know the name. I said, I don't know Matthew personally, but yeah, I know the name. I call it most Wednesday nights at Sydney Dragway. Yeah, so very small world.
Oh, that's awesome. Because small world. I'll tell you what, Steve, we've got a car coming out very, very soon. It's a white VZ. And I was standing down by the start line, or when he trundled out towards the burnout area. I can tell you it's very loud.
Yes.
And I just happened to walk past it in the pits and had the bonnet up. Yep, sure enough, it's got a big turbo LS in it. Yes. And it sounds like it doesn't have exhaust pipes on it. It is that loud.
Well, it's interesting, Stu, because normally the turbocharger quietens the exhaust note right down in most cases, but yeah, okay.
It's a lot louder than all the other turbo LSs that I've heard here at the track. So I don't know what exhaust system he's running on it. But
was it just idling when you saw it, or was he
giving a little bit of a tap?
Okay,
but
all right.
even with a little bit of a tap, I was just a bit surprised at how loud the car was. So
okay.
You know, but I'll tell you what, it's got a set of radials on the rear end of it, and looks semi-serious street car. So, you know, well done to those guys. Next up, I'll tell you what, we've got a battle of the workshops, Steve. We've got Rosso Performance about to take on Empire Racing. This is a new build. FPV King.
Just playing with the throttle in the rocket lane.
It's be interesting to see how they go. Of course, you know, Mark and I and yourself have spoken a long time that, you know, number one, we haven't seen any Rosso cars here for a long time, but we haven't seen the Empire mechanical cars here for a long, long time. But it's great to see them here tonight supporting our Ford versus Holden night. And, yeah, it's always good to see a new build and see the car come along as a story. And we're, you know, the three of us are very, and a lot of people that are here every week, we are very fortunate to be able to watch the journey that these drivers and owners go through.
Yeah, it is, Stu. Alicia Teal, perfect example. You know, like Alicia was racing, started around at the same time as me and Gabo, yeah, it was good. And then with commentating, you get to see, you know, you get to hear all about the car, and yeah.
Commodore's just talking about, boys, down here in the Aeroflow lane. This thing is loud and very brash, in your face, which is the way I like cars, particularly when they're on a racetrack.
Is it on E85?
I don't know. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't. I couldn't smell E85 when I was down there. I've got a pretty good snoz for E85, but a 1.60 in the 60 this time for the Commodore. Unfortunately there for the VL, looks like a few little issues.
Is that the technical term? Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Ben just made a comment, which I won't repeat. But
Yeah.
There's a reason why we don't give him my microphone.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, I could always put the microphone in your face right now, but then you'd never forgive me.
I wonder what's in this in this HQ down in the burnout box. I can see a big monitor blazing away in front of the driver. Is it his radio or is it some sort of tuning? Oh, he said it.
Well, he just turned it off, so...
I'm guessing he did.
Yeah.
I did notice when I walked through from signing in scrutineering, it has a big set of B-locks on the back.
Yep.
And a big set of tyres as well, so...
Okay, that's not good for the VL down there mopping up.
Yep.
All right, guys, we are going to just go up to the big screen and hear a few words from our sponsors. We'll be back very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, race for real, Ford versus Holden.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here at the track, I'm up the top, just chilling out within the crowd. And tell you what, there's a great lineup up the top here for gas-fired pizzas. So if you're feeling hungry, guys, and you don't want to walk too far, you got the gas-fired pizza truck up here. Troy and the team doing a fantastic job. Of course, Denise and her famous donuts and coffee, they're busy as well. We've got Joe up here, the ice cream man. Of course, the Top Fuel Cafe down in the pits as well. And if you're feeling cold, guys, make sure you do go see Jackie at the track shop and grab yourself some merchandise from here at the track before you go home. And what a view from up here, boys. Up in Kids Corner, right up next to the white marquee. We've got a great crowd here tonight. And we've got some killer cars out the back. This is what I call Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway. We've got a nice looking VL about to make its way out in the Aeroflow lane. As I mentioned the other week, it's good to see the VLs making a bit of a resurgence here at Aeroflow Race for Real. We're very lucky to have a lot of tough cars here in Sydney. Just ducked up into the studio a little bit earlier and just had a read of some of the comments from everybody that's watching via YouTube. Of course, we do have a lot of people that tune in, not just from other states of Australia, but people that tune in from all around the world. And I think they'd be pretty impressed with what they're seeing tonight here at Sydney Dragway as part of Aeroflow Race for Real. Great bunch of cars here. Doing it for the Holdens, doing it for the Fords. A few imports just to whet the appetite. But I think they'd be very surprised at just how far this side of the scene has come in the last 10 years. Particularly people from over in England who probably don't even know what a 5-litre is. They're used to their little 4-bangers. VL on the brakes just before the finishing line, rolls on through with a 12.68.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for radio silence. I was just in race control. I have a couple of cars that we need moved, please. If you own a Silver Ranger with the number plate P for Peter, L for Larry, M for maybe, B for Bob, 4 and then the number U for umbrella. So with a Silver Ranger with the number plate Plumber for you. If you have parked your car down in the pits, we need it moved, please. There is also a silver Toyota with the number plate F for Freddy, C for Charlie, J for John, 77, X for X-ray. If you own a silver Toyota with the number plate C for Fred, F for Fred, C for Charlie, J for John, 77X, could you also move your car? I believe it's down near the scrutineering bay. So if you're the driver of either of those two vehicles, could you please move it and park it elsewhere in the pits, please? Or we might just get Paco to get the forklift. I'm sure I know which one I'd rather. And it's not the forklift option. He's a good operator, but he can be a little rough sometimes. All right, our Holden Ute on its way down the rocket lane in front of that little Honda. 044 on the tree for the Honda, so nice reaction time. To my recollection, that will be top 3 at the moment, but I might be wrong. Our next pair sitting in the water is yet another Corolla in the rocket lane, taking on the white Falcon sedan. The Falcon over there in the Aeroflow lane. I think our Corolla driver just went for seconds, Ben. That's what it sounded like. I think he came off the limiter, bounced into second, and then it stopped from there, but the thought process was definitely there. Rolling up to the start line now. Falcon away first with a 617 light. Little Corolla sticking with him. Actually quicker to the 60 foot for the Corolla. And gets the win in the end, 14.40, 96 mile an hour through the finish line to a 15.2 for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, our Ford Focus in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, 14.8 at 68 miles an hour for the rocket lane. Rotary, nice big burnout. Ute just slowly edging into the lights. Well, Rotary just moving really close to the centre line. 12.8, 99 miles an hour to a 15.9, 93 miles an hour. Just a quick message to all the competitors out there. As you come through the tunnel, keep your eye on our staff down there. They'll direct you where they want you to go and where they want you to do. If they pull you into the burnout box, go down to there. Don't go any further. We do have to keep you at certain areas, so just watch for the direction, and they will get you there. They direct really well, and you don't need to have to worry. They know where you've got to be, so just keep an eye on those guys and girls. Well, 11 for 132 miles an hour to a 14.8, 96 miles an hour. Just a quick little mop up down in the Aeroflow lane. Just a little bit of condensation. Well, hey Stu, how are you going down there in the down the lanes, mate?
Mate, doing really good. I'm actually looking for a particular car. There was a goldie-coloured Falcon that had a set of radials or slicks on the rear end of it. I was actually looking for the driver because that thing looked really, really good off the line. But I can tell you guys, just down here in lanes at the moment, in lane 6, we've got Halil Mustafa's VF GTX, which we know is a genuine 9-second car, but behind him is a Weapon GTS, and essentially the teammate, the House of LS, and of course they've been doing a lot of work with that car. Halil's been behind the scenes with it, with the boys. They've been tinkering away on Weapon GTS, but tonight I think Halil would just be happy to get his car back into the high 9s if they can get on top of this converter issue that they're having.
Yeah, it's a lot of when you start changing converters, and it's a lot of mucking around. You know, you don't usually just get your converter right on the first hit. There is a little bit. The more changes you do to your car, then you do have to start playing around with the converter as well at times. So I know on the Tirana we had 4 converters in that. 4 times we sent it away and had it reset before we got it perfect. Well, Rocket Lane 14.3, 102 miles an hour to an 11.0 for the Aeroflow lane.
Now, Mark, I had to do a little bit of a double take earlier. I saw this yellow Falcon, and I thought to myself, hello, is that Mr. Paul Galvin coming out for a run? Unfortunately, it's not. But, geez, I tell you what, it's a beautiful looking XY or XW GT down here.
Yeah, I do know the one you were talking about. I did see it down there as well, Stu. It was a really nice car. And from what I've seen, I don't think there's many more cars to go through scrutineering. I think we've got most of them all sorted. Nice big, strong burnout from the Commodore yet. Just waiting on this Falcon to come in full stage. Well, Falcon just streaking ahead. 12.6, 119 miles an hour to a 16.3 at 88 miles an hour. We've got the 2 versions of the Falcon GT. XY goes out 2.0 in the 60. 12.0, 117 miles an hour to a 15.1 at 94 miles an hour. Well, VS, nice big burnout. But right beside him got the VL with this parachute on the back, so definitely means.
Yeah, I was just about to say, boys, I don't know what that VS has got in it, but man, looks can be deceiving, can't they?
It can indeed. Whoa, the VL stepped out. Good bit of driving for the driver to caught onto that. 11.01.29 for the VS. And 16.9, 81 miles an hour for the VL. Another Commodore down in the rocket lane against the Nissan.
I'll tell you what, Mark, you had that front left tyre locked up as it was coming out of the burnout in the Commodore here.
Free 131 miles an hour to a 10.9, 145 miles an hour. Well, that was a lot better pass from the Nissan there, Stu.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fluid right on the start line here that has come out of that Commodore. So the boys are just going to have to get the thinners out and just do a quick mop up. Yeah, that car, it came out of the burnout, boys, and had the brake on. Those front tyres were locked up. It was just sliding on the way through. So thankfully got it stopped. But maybe a new driver in that car and they're just getting used to it. Well, next up, guys, in the Aeroflow lane, he's a legend of Sydney Dragway. He's here just about every Wednesday night. Smoking Joe Sabello.
It's the grandpa of drag racing.
Absolutely, mate. You could almost call him Father Time.
Yeah.
He's been around for a very, very long time, and there's no slowing Joe down as well. And if you're watching from around the world, you don't find a drag racer at a Wednesday night much more passionate than Joe Sabello. All right, Mark and Steve, we've got Weapon GTS, this radial shod VF Commodore. Go.
Well, Joe's car getting a little bit out of shape. 9.6, 114 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was a big spin of the tyres, boys, around that 330-foot mark. All right, Halil Mustafa coming out now in the second of the House of LS. Prepared VF Commodores. He's just seen his teammate go a 968. And they'll be aiming to try and get this car down to the nines as well.
All right, guys, we've got some stats for you. So we've got 64 Holdens.
And 64 Fords. I don't know if that includes the 4 that we broke straight up, but we were just trying to give you an advantage.
Yeah, so unbelievable.
You might need it later.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is?
Maybe. I talk tough now, but we'll wait and see what happens towards it. Definitely not Ford tough based on 4 of them breaking, but you know.
I'll let you off the. You know, they're all Borg Warner ones, so.
Okay.
Well, Commodore goes through 9.5, 145 miles an hour.
Boys, got the Harley down here in the Aeroflow lane. About to take on one of the bikes from Sydney Random Rides.
.066 on the tree for our Aeroflow lane racer. Nice reaction time. It's going to lead from start to finish. 11.44 with a 2 mark, 129 miles an hour.
And 11.7, 113 for the Rocket Lane.
Man, you should have seen that from down here, boys. That's a serious bit of bike control right there. I know what I'd be doing if that was me, Mark. Yeah, there'd be a few expletives being said.
I have some good news, Mark. I think everyone would have known the answer, but I'm just confirming it. The reaction time money is on the table.
Yes. Yep.
It is literally on the table in front of me. 11.15 with an 8, 127 mile an hour for our Aeroflow lane racer there. Our next pair of bikes are rolling up to the start line. This should be pretty evenly matched looking at the ETs from the previous pass. 11.74 and 11.88.
Yeah. Miles an hour's up on the bike over in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah. Well, one of those bikes hitting the limiter on the shift there. They'll lock together at half track. And again at 1,000, and just at the between the 1,000 and the finish line, the Aeroflow lane just pulled away. 11.72 with a 5.
And his miles an hour's up from 130 to 134.
That's a big jump.
It is.
Big jump.
When you're at that type of miles an hour,
yes,
just small increments.
It's difficult to achieve because that's sort of telling horsepower, isn't it, really, mile an hour? And 11.09 with a 2, 131 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to an 11.29 with a 1 at 131 in the Rocket lane. So another close pair of motorcycles there.
All right, Michael Richards down here on the Suzuki. Of course, he was racing on the weekend at the Gulf West Oil Nitro Champs. Taking on the Kawasaki.
I'll tell you what, Stu, great light. It's on the minor side, but still a great light.
Yeah, that's pink, that one. 005 red. 998 with a 3, 138 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. Probably one of our quickest bikes here.
Well, Steve, we've got another Suzuki down here with the stretched rear swing arm on it. This thing is super clean. Almost looks like a brand new build that is down here. Be interested to see what he gets out of it.
On the limiter on the launch. 1.8 to the 60.
Goes through 10 to 143 miles an hour to 11.1, 132 miles an hour.
All right, we've got the BMW down here in the Rocket lane. The guy was putting a strap on the front of it earlier, and he's taking on the Honda.
All right, a 1-2-4 reaction time for our rider in the rocket lane. Out in front at the moment, and I think it will stay that way. 1070 with a 6, 144 mile an hour though. Yeah, wow.
And he's keeping it consistent with his previous pass at 144 miles an hour, so it's all about keeping consistency.
Not too much in the reaction time differences here for these two riders. I'm thinking the top end of the Jap bike in the rocket lane will get there. 1092 with a 7, 137 mile an hour.
And 11.4, 115 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
The Harley was in front, I think, till about half track,
yeah.
And that was all she wrote. That was a close race.
Yeah, 10-1, 147 miles an hour.
Yeah, only a tenth of a second between those two bikes across the finish line.
Just waiting on the bike in the Aeroflow lane to come into the lights.
Those bikes sounds fairly small in capacity. Well, there's the one in the Aeroflow lane. 172 on the tree. The rider leaving very nicely. And a 10.05 at 143 through the finish line.
And 13.4 at 96 miles an hour for the trail bike.
And the solo in the Aeroflow lane. Our last rider in the group. Having our bike competitors come back with a vengeance after their forced break.
Yep.
It's fantastic to see all of our two-wheeled friends here at Sydney Dragway. I hope you're all enjoying your night, getting plenty of runs in, socialising in the staging lanes, getting out there and having a good time. And a 13.47 with an 8.82 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there.
We've got the Ute down in the Aeroflow lane. Great set of number plates. Dump it.
Oh, I don't know if I'd want to be the GT driver at this time. This Commodore Ute driver has had a car break against him every time he's come to the start line. The Falcon in the rocket lane's done several passes, but it's not showing on our system up here that has completed previous runs, like the Ute in the Aeroflow lane has. Both races into full stage now. And a little bit of wheel spin on the start line for the Commodore driver, but definitely going to round that Falcon up at around half track, and we'll get to the finish line first. On the brakes early, 10.74 with a 4. He went 10.24 earlier at 10.36, but 135 mile an hour, the telling story of that race.
Yep.
Frying the back tyres on the Falcon in the rocket lane.
It was just so quiet.
Yes.
You just hear the sizzle of the tyres.
That's pretty much all we could hear on the track mics.
Yeah.
I'm sure all our viewers at home were, that's all they could hear too. Listen to that LSA scream. Straight down the centre of the lane.
11.01, 28 miles an hour. Till 15.2, 93 miles an hour. Mustang up against the Commodore. We actually don't have too many Mustangs here tonight.
No, it's only this one is the only one that I recall.
Yeah.
commentating on. Normally we end up with 2 or 3 at least, but
yeah, you think of a Ford versus Holden, you'd have a heap of guys here.
not a bad race there. Only 3/10 across the finish line. Aeroflow Lane gets there first. 12.92 with a 6.
We got the HD wagon. Supercharged V8.
Yes. Sounds very clean. At high RPM. Sometimes the supercharged cars do get a little bit messy up top.
Yeah, they do. They get
in the rev range.
A little bit muffly.
1.7 to the 60. Leaves the start line, no messing about. And runs on through 10.97 with the 4, beg your pardon. 127 miles an hour.
And 13.3 at 117 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Was 5 thousandths of a second between the previous best and that one. So the car ultra consistent.
With the GTS Monaro up against the Falcon.
And the Holden out in front at a much better reaction time, but I think the slightly quicker car as well. 14.82 with a 6, 89 mile an hour to a 15.18 with a 9 at 89 also through the finish line. And that's Alicia down in the Aeroflow Lane.
Up against the BMW in the Rocket Lane.
Is it scary that I just know the number? I can't see the car from here. She's not far enough further forward yet. Nice strong burnout from Alicia.
I must ask her, has it still got the original 383 in it, or they've upped it and changed the motor and put a 400 or something like that in it to what it used to have when she first started driving it?
Can you achieve the 400 with that 383 combo, or not easily?
You probably could now, the amount of stroke kits they got out there.
Yeah, but not through boring it out. You'd have to change the rotating assembly.
Yeah, we just went to a 400 block.
Yes.
And yeah, it's just a better all-rounder. And then we put the little M400 in it. It's the best thing you've ever done.
Yes. I guess it's probably just that little bit better ball-stroke combination. 070 on the tree for our Aeroflow racer there. There's been a bunch of O-lights here tonight. Well, there was one car in Top Sportsman, Steve Fowler. He's 760 cubes, so there's nearly 2 of your 400s.
Yeah. They've been around for a long time.
Yes.
Had the Capri and then a few other cars as well.
Well, Stevie took out the Friday night's race meeting. Of course, the first of the double header was Friday. Was all sportsmen. Steve took out the win, and his father Greg took home runner-up.
Oh wow!
So it was good. It was actually 2 finals on the weekend on Friday that were father-son. There was Luke and Roy Romeo in Supergas.
Yep.
Roy, the father, taking the win in that race, but in Top Sportsman, Stevie, the son, took home the gold Christmas tree.
Yep.
Strong burnout from the Aeroflow Lane racer here.
I want way red.
about half a light red, but 11.98 with a 114 mile an hour through the finish line. As we listen to this Commodore down in the burnout box.
It just bounced it on the limiter.
Yeah, I think that's been done a couple of times before, just quietly. It's not the first rodeo for this racer to do a burnout. Certainly some confidence there. There was a bit of opposite lock happening in that burnout. Yep. 041 on the tree as well.
They're definitely breaking them out tonight. And goes through 11.4, 118 miles an hour to an 11.7, 121 miles an hour.
The Falcon over in the rocket lane this time around. Brian Addo-Singh in the Commodore. Sounded like it missed a little bit off the start line, but 12.30.
And 14.2 at 92 miles an hour. Unusual colour on the Falcon.
It's not. Is it the burnt orange, do you think, or does it just look different because it hasn't got the stripes on it?
Maybe. Yeah, it's quite possible.
And a 12 flat in the Aeroflow lane to take the win there. Over in the rocket lane is an AU Falcon. Haven't seen this at Sydney Dragway for a little while from memory.
Okay. He's up against the Commodore Ute. Commodore Ute nice and strong in the burnout.
Very still night. The flag, the Aeroflow flag's not even wanting to flap in the breeze.
No, not at all. No movement. Which you can see with the smoke. It's just hanging.
It sure is. Of course, it's a lot different conditions to what we had on Saturday here at Sydney Dragway. The smoke would have stayed for about half a second, I reckon.
Yeah, okay. Well, 12.2, 111 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 10.4, 130 miles an hour. So the Falcon, definitely the quicker car, but just didn't get there. Well, Stu, how's the lines looking down there? I think we might have lost Stu at the moment.
The Aeroflow lane gets it there, Mark. 15.09 with a 1.
And we had a 15.0 for the rocket lane as well.
Earlier, EA, is it EA Falcon there in the rocket lane? 0.53 on the tree. Glad we've got our timing system to tell us who's taking home the 3 best reaction times. Yeah, that was a pretty serious sounding burnout there for the VL in the Aeroflow lane. We could hear it labour as it rolled out of the water. And you can see the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke's just slowly rolling up over the window.
And coming out from all the, I dare say, the boot area as well. 0.42 in the rocket lane. think we've had like
Wow.
4.0 lights in the last
Yes.
three runs. And the Falcon will take the win here too. 15.14 with a 594 mile an hour. Just waiting on our next couple of pairs to move forward. Now this is this Commodore that I think is has some form of forced induction mark. To me, sounded like a turbo or like a blow-off valve of some description.
Mm-hmm.
Taking on the Falcon in the rocket lane.
Just waiting on the Commodore to bring on both lights.
It's definitely one of them.
Yes,
turbo.
it is, yeah.
Oh, I think I'm wondering if we broke it. Mark, that's what it sounded like. There was a flash of flame out the pipe. And 16.27 with a 484 mile an hour to 14.80 in the rocket lane there.
One of it's a 3.6 or 3.8 V6 one.
They never did them turbo, did they? They had the supercharged version, which was in the Calais, had the
Yeah,
style
the
blower on it.
later Calais, yeah.
That was a VET, I think, from memory.
Yep. Which that was a whole different motor.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, yeah. It was the same, but internals, it had ceramic pistons, it had everything in them.
Okay.
Because they just didn't hold together if you just supercharged them.
I guess some product testing would have found that out, and then they've obviously invested the extra funds in developing some things to try and get a little bit more longevity out of them, because they wouldn't have been running huge boost.
No, there's very low. But they had the early VN VP motors over in the States.
Yes.
And that was the supercharged version.
Right.
And it went really well.
Well, I know it's probably a little bit of a different. It's not the engine that would have ended up in our Commodore, but there's a gentleman in the US back in the 70s running sixes with a turbo version, like in a almost, it was like a gas class car, like double C, double D gas. He wanted to run pro stock in it, and they wouldn't let him. But I wonder why, because the speeds that were being speeds and ETs that were being achieved were pretty scary, considering it was only a V6. But that was the Buick V6, which is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, well, virtually was, because that's what they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a VP.
See what I did there? A Commodore racer unfortunately broke something on the start line, and I didn't talk about it. Because I'm that sort of person, right?
Not as shallow as me, eh?
No, no. I hope he's able to get the car fixed and maybe get back out here this evening, or get the car repaired with not too much funds required. Oh, wheels up launch from the Falcon in the rocket lane there. I think the only car tonight that I've seen lift the front end. 10.01 with a 134 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 13.0 at 113 miles an hour.
We haven't seen for a while. Mr. Bilby.
Yeah, yeah. I love that Camaro.
Which Camaro is that? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking someone else. Yeah. I wonder if he's done doing the conversion.
swapping all his motor and everything over, perhaps, yeah. Could be on the cards. Well, the Falcon's going to take the win here, 11.48 with a 1, only 90 mile an hour.
And 12.9 at 98.
Our Falcon Sprint racer in the rocket lane. Taking on the red Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. The white Falcon went 10.87 on an earlier pass. 10.85 this time around, 126 mile an hour. A little bit quicker, a little bit more speed.
Yeah, and 12.3 from the Commodore. Commodore was actually moving around a heap on the early part of the track.
Spike, the entry numbers according to Darian were even. There were 64 Falcons, 64 Fords and 64 Holdens entered via our ticketing system. That was not planned. It was just how it happened. 011 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane racer.
9.5, 146 miles an hour for the rocket lane. And 11.8, 115 for the Aeroflow lane.
Like our rocket lane racer will take this out. It's behind at the moment, but I think we'll be in front, locked together at 1,000. And no, it did not get there. There was 200s across the finish line. Certainly looked like the momentum was going the way of the Aeroflow, the rocket lane there.
Yeah, sure did. Definitely thought he was going to chase him down.
Our Aeroflow lane racer will take the win, 12.59 with a 4, 113 mile an hour through the finish line. We're not too far away from getting Stewie up here to award.
Tell you what, boys, this Tirana down here is sensational. Real street appearance. Very nice on the inside too, Mark. It's a credit to this owner.
Yeah, it's good to see some of the... this is a 4-door one, Stu. I didn't see it come through. 4-door or 2-door?
Not really quite sure, mate. It's just got SL on it, which, to be brutally honest, I've never seen it on a Tirana before.
Yeah, SL's the 4-door version. It's a super luxury.
So not just a luxury.
Yep.
It's a super luxury.
My first car, LCSL.
And how long did the diff last in
it? Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Your
first car, how long did the diff last in it from when you actually got your license? 3 hours?
No, it's probably about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lasted a lot longer than what my license did.
Why am I not surprised? 997 with a 0, 134 mile an hour for the turbo ute there.
Wow.
I did not expect that, Steve.
It's been showing little signs of that thing, Stu, all night. It's definitely going to break it loose sooner or later.
Oh, Hilux having a good look at the wall there at 60 feet.
Power of the Hilux.
Well, I'm guessing it's not standard.
No, not
6 with a 4, definitely not. 1137 with a 7. Here's this very nice HQ Monaro on the start line. 1089 was the previous best.
Hey? I had mine, lost it, got it back, had it for 2 weeks, and I got pulled over again.
So you learnt your lesson good then, eh?
I got off of that one.
Oh.
Because
smooth talk.
a policeman used to come into the panel shop all the time.
Yeah.
Just to our racers out the back, guys, if you do have your air conditioning off, please make sure it is turned off, please.
.043 on the tree for the Commodore racer here.
Definitely cutting some really good lights.
Quick ET too, 1088 with a 126 mile an hour.
And 12.0, 117 miles an hour.
This little Corolla looking immaculate down on the start line. Was giving a Watt 4 in the burnout as well, just quietly.
Build them strong so you can drive them.
Whoa. Sounded like the shift there was not ideal. Could see the shift light on and then it flashed on. So I know what it's like, mate. I know what it's like. Is that the HQ that sounds like it's missing, or does it just sound like the Statesman missing? Hard to tell.
I'll tell you what, Steve, he's got the cherry additive in that Holden that just went down.
Oh, you can smell it, can you? In the fuel.
Well, it's good to see the guys from JM Auto Repairs. They've got the RS3 Audi out, and they're taking on the Hillbilly, the RB-powered VL Calais.
The Audi driver, Braden, going for the light there. 083 red. The Hillbilly motoring now at the top end of the racetrack. Yeah, 12002 at 147. Which tells us that car should run somewhere in the very low 10s, high 9s. So we have our XD Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Skyline in the Rocket. Of course, if you like your fast Skylines, Sydney Dragway is the place to be this Friday and Saturday for the GDR Festival.
Bit of smoke coming out the back of the Skyline. Got off it.
We've got a bit of smoke down the deep end there, boys.
Yeah, Ben reckons it's just sweat and boost. It's not it's not continuing to blow smoke up the braking area around the hill and everything, so that's good.
Free, 123 miles an hour to a 16.2 at 91 miles an hour.
Nice strong burnout in the Aeroflow lane for our Group A Commodore driver.
And another Commodore right beside him.
Lane out in front at the moment. And 11.82 with a 4, 117 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12 flat, a 12.40, beg your pardon, in the Aeroflow lane.
RX4 down in the Aeroflow lane. Nice big strong burnout. Probably won't be too popular with the starters going across the starting line.
Billy will shake his finger.
He will indeed, and that's serious.
I was talking to Billy about the start line at Castlereagh.
Yes.
Back in ye old days, because I was being smart and saying, did he ever have to do flag drop? And he said that they had 7 ambers at one point.
Wow, yeah.
When they first started, and the person that used to do the calculation on the start line with the dial-ins, and then radio that to the timing tower, which I think was a bus at that in the early days, and the top amber would stay. The first amber would come on and stay on for the car that was to leave first, so that they knew that to leave first. But he said the tree was that tall that had a bit of a lean, to it because of the track not being perfectly level.
Yeah.
Because of the extra height. It was exaggerated just a little bit. I'm sure he said there were 7 ambers. It was definitely more than 3. Which is, I mean, for as long as I can remember, it's only.
All right, guys, got Eden here in the Area 51 custom performance in his Ute. Turbo 400 gearbox, turbo underneath the bonnet, hooked up the LS. I've been lucky enough to go cruising with Eden behind him in this car, and it sounds fat on the street. Let's see how it goes on track.
Yeah, Eden was out here on Friday, I think it was, and did actually break something in the drive line. Looks like he's got that repaired. 10.35 with a 5 Stu, 138 miles an hour. Strong burnout from the R32 in the rocket lane.
Looks like a Commodore down in the Aeroflow lane.
Skyline 180 to the 60. Rolls out of it around about 700 feet. Rolls on through from 1169 with a 5, only 72 mile an hour.
Yeah, there's a lot of hot rubber that came out the left-hand rear wheel of that car too, boys. So I don't know whether it's just rubbing a little bit on the tyre.
I did notice when I walked past it in the staging lanes that the rear tyre was very close to the guard, just by eye.
Yeah. Well, you think if you've got no clearance in that way, by the time it starts torquing up, going down the track, if it goes the way of the torque, it will start chewing tyres.
Well, they are such a big tyre as well. The little Yaris is going to take this one, Mark.
Yes, indeed.
Was the quicker to the 60 foot, 1786 to the 60. And a 1273 with a 7 at 105 mile an hour. To a 1516 at 94.
Golf down in the rocket lane up against the VF Commodore.
Holden is gone. And 1102 at 131 miles an hour. Went 177 to the 60.
And 14.0, 99 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
All right, here's his HQ. Can you see the screen in the through the back window?
I could see it before when it was in front of us, but nah.
There was a little bit of liquid that was coming out of that Volkswagen as it's left the line, out of the what looked like the left rear of it. So just going to check the rocket lane. Next up, we're going to have this beautiful looking HQ with, and it says LSA on these number plates. So they've done the retro swap. But I'll tell you what, that is one stunning looking vehicle. And in beside him is the Varchili Excavation Commodore. Helped out by Chinny's Tuning Solutions. Got a nice big turbo underneath that bonnet. Mate, just while you're out of the car quickly, mate, what horsepower are you putting out of this car?
Oh, about 1,000, just shy of 1,000.
Mate, I was standing down here earlier this evening when you first came out, and I couldn't believe the sound out of this thing. It sounded fat, mate.
Well, it's got a quarter of an exhaust, so that's half the reason why, I guess.
What's your best time been tonight, mate?
Well, we'll see how we go on this run, and that'll tell you.
All right, fantastic. We'll go out there and give it heaps, mate. Great sounding car, that one. Taking on the HQ with a big set of rubber on the rear end. But look, huge big turnout tonight, guys. And I've been talking to a few people downstairs, and they were saying to me they couldn't, number one, they couldn't believe the turnout. But secondly, they were just really, really impressed with the amount of cars, the amount of people that have come out and supported this Ford versus Holden theme night. To be brutally honest, I don't think a lot of them knew exactly how big it was actually going to be. So not just to the racers as well, but to everybody up in the grandstand and up in Kids Corner, guys. Thank you, guys. What a night. There's still plenty more racing to come. And boy, have we got some tough cars here tonight.
That's exactly right. We sure do, Stu. It looks like we do have a little bit of something on the racetrack, but while we wait for that to get cleaned up, Mark and I will have a little bit of a break. We'll throw to a word from a number of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, race for real, Ford versus Holden.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannon's on 134646.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 134646 for a quote.
All right, guys, I've got the winners of tonight's reaction time prize money. So to all the racers that are out the back, guys, just keep your ears out and I will get you to meet me at the bottom of the tower, please, for the reaction time prize money. I'm looking for racer 7577, Michael Riches. Racer number T39, Mitchell Pitt. And racer number 3846, Chris Varillis. If you guys could meet me at the bottom of the tower, please, for the reaction time prize money. Just to our reaction time prize winners, guys, we're just going to double check as we've had to do a little bit of manual processing through the computer. So just hold tight, guys. We will get the correct order, but we have had to go through manually through the computer.
Well, 9.6 at 144 miles an hour from the car in the Aeroflow lane.
Okay, guys, we've just confirmed the winners of tonight's reaction time prize money. We had to go through a fair bit of the list again to get the winners. So tonight's reaction time winners are race number 3846, Chris Vorilis. Race number T39, Mitchell Pitt. And race number T43, William Angelis. So once again, the winners of tonight's reaction time money is Chris Vorilis, race number 3846, Mitchell Pitt, racer number T39, and racer number T43, William Angelis. If you guys could meet me at the bottom of the tower, please, for the reaction time prize contest.
The S Commodore over in the rocket lane. Up against the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane with the big nitrous N on the back window. .10.4, 132 miles an hour to a 15.2 at 112 miles an hour. LX Tirana, the SLR 5000 in the rocket lane, up against the Falcon Ute in the Aeroflow lane. .11.6, 125 miles an hour to a 16.4 at 85 miles an hour. There you go, mate. Get it all sorted.
Yes, of course I did, Mark, with the assistance of the people in race control. All right. Of course, we are running eliminations from now on. If you win the race, come back around for another run. We will run through as much as we can here tonight. We have an awesome turnout of cars. Oh, looks like our racer in the rocket lane was set to win that one. Will they get back into the throttle? Yes, they do. They're going to pull away at the finish line. And a 13.58 there at 112. Lucky there was a lot more horsepower, I think, under the right foot there.
Yeah, I think so. Ooh.
Big drift right at the end there for the FG driver. Now, I was handed a note probably about 10 minutes ago before I had to go into race control. If you own a white Commodore with the number plates you're on, I believe you are blocking someone. That was about 10 minutes ago I was given the note. I'm sorry. If you haven't moved your car in the last 10 minutes, could you please move it? A white Commodore with the number plates you're on.
Yep. So his number plates are telling him something.
Yes.
You're moving on.
Correct. All right, unfortunately, it looks like our Falcon driver is backing away. Had a good burnout, but I don't know if there was something coming from the vehicle. We see Will, our IHR official, down there with a mop. right, so it looks like the Aeroflow lane will move into the next round.
Well, look like there's a bit of fluid down there. Just giving it a good old mop up. The driver of the Fords had a good look up under the bonnet. I dare say he would be shooting back to the pits and do a quick fix.
Well, being that we're into eliminations, Mark, I'm thinking that's it.
Reckon he's done?
He's done for the night, I dare say.
That's a bit depressing, isn't it? But that's racing.
All right, our next pair will roll forward and commence their burnout procedure. Staging lane still full of cars. Nice burnout from our racer in the rocket lane. Have a feeling the rocket lane will take this one. The Aeroflow straight into full stage.
Just attention in the pits, please. William Angelis and Mitchell Pitt, if you guys could please meet me back down at the bottom of the tower, please. I just need you to fill out some paperwork, please.
Ooh, I was wrong there, Mark. It's not the first time today. 12.59 with a 2, 1:13. We'll take it.
Wow. Okay.
I thought, judging by the burnout, the Commodore in the rocket lane was going to win that one. All right. David Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane in the Cortina. 180 on the tree. This little Cortina, it runs comfortably into the 10-second zone.
Yeah.
10.51 with a 119 miles an hour through the finish line.
Such a great little race car too. Well set up, been around for a long time.
Pair of Falcons leaving the start line right now. The Aeroflow lane with a much better light away from that Pro Tree. I know with the Pro Tree it is a bit trickier to cut a good light. And it looks like the Aeroflow lane will take it 13.63 with a 7 at 107 miles an hour. Rocket lane away first. And the Aeroflow lane chasing down. 150 to the 60.
Chasing him down
I
hard
don't think he's
too.
going to get there though. 975 with a 140 miles an hour.
Well, big cross-tub burnout from the Ute.
Probably is going to... The wind's going to blow the smoke. We're not going to be able to see the racetrack in a minute. 6.57 the reaction time in the Rocket lane. Out in front. And we'll take the win. 11.17 with a 123 mile an hour. Just waiting on our Aeroflow lane racer to move up to the start line. Flash of flames out the pipes for the Rocket lane racer. And I think...
Yeah, that's...
something's broken or it's gone into limp mode. That's all I can suggest from up here.
He's on the brakes. Okay, they got their car off the track.
Oh, that magnetic wall nearly switched on then, Mark. We both took a breath at the same time there. I think the Rocket lane racer left the start line, a little bit of wheel spin and just got the better of the driver. But good catch though.
Yeah, at the last moment.
Yes.
Should have got out of it.
I wouldn't want to stay in the throttle much longer than that.
Yeah,
would have needed a trip to the panel beater, I think. Falcon racer away first at the moment, but I think the Aeroflow lane will maybe not catch the Falcon. I thought it was going to initially, but no. 11.87 with a 120 mile an hour to take the win. The Aeroflow lane faster, but the Rocket lane just got the better jump on the start line.
I got me money on the Mazda. Or maybe not.
I think you just did your money, just quietly. It'll be the quicker car for sure, but it's not that quick. And a 1272 with a 5. Definitely the faster of the two, but the Rocket Lane leaving a lot closer to that green light. Aeroflow lane, leaving the red light on the start line. And a 12.54 with the 6 at 1:13 will take the win in the Rocket Lane.
And 14.4 for the Aeroflow lane.
Looks like the Rocket Lane has the better reaction time. And I think looks like it's going to just ever so slightly increase that lead as it marches to the finish line. 14.03 at 108 mile an hour.
And 15.8 at 92 miles an hour. VS Commodore, nice big smoky burnout. The Falcon beside him.
It sounds like there's some sort of forced induction
Yes.
under the bonnet in the Rocket Lane. A little bit of races tonight, not giving too much consideration to tyre mileage.
Whoa.
Oh, the Falcon. Very loose on the hit, but the Commodore in the Rocket Lane will take it 11.19, 138 miles an hour. Thank you very much.
Bit of new and old Ford.
Yeah, the XR5 Focus in the Aeroflow lane.
Up against the XY Falcon.
All right. The Focus in and ready to go.
Just waiting on the Falcon to bring on both lights.
Just attention in the pits. William Angelis, if you can come back to the tower, please. William Angelis.
$12.2 for the Rocket Lane. What do we have down here? A little Honda? Civic?
In the Rocket Lane, I'm not sure what that is, Mark. $14.39 with a 2.101 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to a 17.85, 78 mile an hour in the Rocket.
So once again, race number T43, William Angelis. Race number T43, William Angelis. If you can come back to the tower, please.
All right, this Green Commodore, one of our viewers' picks for the quickest car to take the Elimination Series, but it looks like Joe's just beat him 154 mile an hour through the finish line.
Okay, the smoke is just hanging over our window. But in the meantime, Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, 9.57 at 150 miles an hour to a 12.6 at 82 miles an hour.
That HSV was gone from the minute left the start line. There was not a hint of tyre spin, nothing. All you could hear on the track mics was the supercharger whining away. All right, let's see what our GDIR can do. Away from the start line, but over towards the centre line. Whoa, I thought... Oh, didn't he lose that mark?
Whoa.
When all you can see is the tail lights, he still managed to get the win, 11.16 with a 9, 123 mile an hour. Drag racing's over 400 metres. I reckon he's just done about 450.
I think you're right. Jeez. And the guy next to him didn't back out of it.
No.
You're going to stay there too.
Maybe he couldn't see him in the peripherals with the helmet, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if you knew that was happening beside you, I'd be out of the throttle.
Yeah, me too.
I'd be like, all yours, mate. Because if you cross the centre line, it's my race anyway. Into our motorcycles now. The Aeroflow lane will get the win. 11.37 with a 6. 139 mile an hour through the finish line.
$11.1 to a 10.8.
I think that's Jesse Barnes down in the rocket lane on the Suzuki. He could just about take up residency here, I reckon.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
280 light for him on the Pro Tree. And a 10.03 with a 7, 143 miles an hour.
And 11.0, 138 miles an hour.
And Aeroflow lane will take a 10.12 with an 8, 149 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 12.8, 101 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
All of our bikes have been pretty well behaved so far tonight. Touch wood.
Yep.
That's me touching the desk. That counts as wood.
Close as you're going to get to it.
The rocket lane, 10.32 with a 5, 142 mile an hour.
And 12.7, 107 miles an hour for the Aeroflow.
Good light from Michael Richards in the Aeroflow lane, 166 on the Pro Tree. Not too bad at all. 988 with a 5, 138 miles an hour through the finish line to a 1091 with a 4. Not too much in this one on the light. The Aeroflow lane slightly better, but looks to have the performance advantage as well. 11.49 with a 5, 115.
And 12.3, 106 miles an hour. The Mustang up against the HSV Commodore. Rocket lane definitely taking this one. 10.9, 128 miles an hour to a 13.2, 112 miles an hour.
Yes, I don't think the Falcon had any chance there, just quietly. Concede defeat on that run anyway. Looks like the rocket lane will take this one out. 13.02 at 109.
And 13.2, 110 miles an hour. to 121 miles an hour for the rocket lane, and 13.7 at 97 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Falcon taking on the Caprice in the rocket lane. very even off the start line. And looks like the GM product will take the win in the Rocket Lane. 12.62 with a 4.
And 16.1 at 85 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Strong burnout from our racer in the Rocket Lane.
Yep.
Smoke just lingering in that lane at the moment. 0.64 of a second the reaction time. 1.7 to the 60. And it takes the win. 11.99 with a 1 at 1.14 to a 15.44 at 92 mile an hour through the finish line. .304, the reaction time for our racer in the Rocket Lane. And it runs on through for 12.98 with the 4 at 108 mile an hour. I did think it was okay. I knew I'd seen the taillight spin, but I just couldn't picture what car they belonged to. Yes.
We just had our track walker out there, just went and picked up a bit of debris that fell off one of them. So in the meantime, we have the Commodore and the Falcon just being held up.
Well, the Falcon with the better light there. But the Commodore definitely with the performance advantage here, Mark. And 11.49 with an 8 at 118 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane. To a 14.98 with a 6 at 94.
Okay, the HD panel van up against the... what model's that?
EL, I think it is.
EL, yep. Sure was EL and EF, the two models in those. And the win to the Rocket Lane, 11.1, 125 miles an hour to a 14.8 at 91 miles an hour.
Must have cooled off a little bit outside there, Mark. You can see the warm air from the exhaust quite distinctively now in the evening air. 6.11 the reaction time for our Aeroflow racer. 14.31 with a 2, 102 mile an hour.
And 15.0 for the Rocket Lane. Commodore up against the Falcon.
Oh. The Falcon driver 3.14 the reaction time to a 3.42 for Brian in the Commodore, but the Falcon will take the win. 11.73 with a 7 at only 94 mile an hour.
And 12.2 at 112 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Let's see what this Falcon can produce. Oh, lifting that left front over towards the wall, a bit of a pedal. Still moving around a little bit, Mark. Now back over towards the center line at 10.57 with a 9 at 1:32.
And 16.0 at 86 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. Bit of a flash of flame out the back of the ute.
Just letting all that horsepower out, Mark.
It is.
12.27 with a 4 at 1:15. In the Rocket Lane to take the win. To a 14.48 in the Aeroflow.
The XE against the VZ.
.10.04 with a 6, 147 miles an hour.
And 11.8, 110 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Well, I think this Falcon's going to take the win here, Mark. You can hear the Commodore driver go a couple of stabs at the throttle. But a 13.31 with an 8 at 1:07 will take the win. Rocket Lane just out in front at the minute. And the Aeroflow lane got there. 0.2 of a second, 0.02 of a second across the finish line.
.7 to a 13.2.
Well, Mark, I reckon our most of our competitors down there would probably be making some pretty good horsepower in the air conditions that Ben's just given me. We're 123 metres below sea level at the moment.
Wow,
in
okay.
Corrected altitude.
That's some great air.
It is great air. It is a bit cool, though. It's only 10 degrees according to Ben's app. Does a little Tirana down on the start line bring back memories for you, Mark?
Does indeed.
What colour was yours?
My first one? White.
Okay. How many have you had?
13.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah. Went through all the ranges except for UC. Never liked the UC. Very ugly. Did you? Chase is on.
It's got him. He's in front of 1,000. 11.65 with a 122 through the finish line.
And 12.8 for the Aeroflow.
I thought for a minute there the Aero might just hang on to it, but once the rocket got wound up.
Just got one car going off the center escape. See how this HJ goes.
Looks a treat under the Sydney Dragway lights.
Yep, sure does. 11.0, 130 miles an hour to an 11.9, 122.
I think there's a little bit left in the HJ yet.
Yep.
Those sorts of speeds.
Monaro out first. .14.3, 99 miles an hour to a 14.7 at 90 miles an hour.
I wasn't expecting the Rocket Lane to take that one.
No.
Got there by 10th across the finish line.
Falcon up against Commodore.
And the Falcon will take the win there. 10.59 with a 5, 125 mile an hour.
Well, the RX4 up against the Falcon.
Is he going to get there, Mark? I don't know. I don't think so.
14.4 at 95 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
And a 13.53 at 103 for the Mazda in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, Ute gets out of there first. And takes a win. 10.4, 137 miles an hour to an 11.7 for the Rocket Lane. Commodore out of there, well ahead of the VW.
And 11.61, 119 for the Aeroflow lane.
And 13.4 for the Rocket Lane.
Next up, Braden in the Aeroflow lane, in the Audi. He'd be loving the all-wheel drive options that he's got here. I don't think that Falcon's going to round the Audi up from there.
No, I don't think so either. He's got too big of a chase. 11.9, 114 miles an hour to a 12.7, 122 miles an hour. Rocket Lane takes a win, 10.3, 124 miles an hour to a 15.4 at 91 miles an hour.
Very nice looking Tirana down there on the racetrack in the Rocket Lane.
Oh.
Was that wheel spin, Mark?
Yes.
A little bit of a kick sideways there at 330 feet.
Yeah, once it grabbed traction. 13.6, 110 or 18 miles an hour to a 15.3.
1.6 seconds to the 60 foot and a 10.83 with a 131 mile an hour through the finish line. Nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it for the night. The meeting has been called. We did have a very good turnout tonight. It looks like we just didn't get time to finish the elimination, so unfortunately we'll have to wait till the next time that we throw that option out there and hopefully get some dial-ins into some competition next time. But on behalf of the commentary team here at Sydney Dragway, Stewie White, Mark Thomas and myself, I'd like to wish you all a very good night. Thank you very much for joining us on the live stream at the venue if you're a competitor or a racer. Been fantastic to have you here tonight. Put together some really good racing and seen some pretty cool cars. I look forward to seeing you here on Friday evening, of course, for the Motive DVD GDR Festival, the two-day event this year with roll racing on Friday evening and then into some drag racing on Saturday. Keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Like us on Facebook if you haven't already. Subscribe to us on the YouTube channels to get notification of any live streams that we do have here. Be safe on our roads, ladies and gentlemen. I look forward to seeing you here at Sydney Dragway in the very near future. Good night.